Hey everyone. Finally got my stream working again. Hey, what's up? It's been a while since I've been here. How you doing? Pretty good so far. Draw some random stuff today. It's been a while since I've used ink. Mostly just been like doodling on my iPad. Hey, what's up, Alex? Probably gonna draw some kind of knight or an orc with knight armor, maybe. Glad you're good. I'll take the opportunity to draw too. Nice, man. I don't think I've ever tried to armor with this kind of like overhang, a little bit like a helmet design. Whoops. Didn't really mean to color in his tooth there. Well, it looks amazing. Thank you, dude. Yeah, I think ink and brush would probably always be my favorite way to draw. Digital is pretty fun, but I don't know, just something that feels more natural about using water and ink. Even changing style when changing, for me at least. Yeah, yeah, my stuff that's digital looks a lot different than traditional. For me, I think it's mostly like that you have to change how you do everything. You know, a whole different process. Yeah, I feel like my digital stuff's a lot more colorful, which is kind of nice. But then it has I feel like it misses a lot of like the texture and rugged kind of look that I like about the ink in the brush. Kind of both have a little bit of a trade off. I feel like whenever I'm drawing an animal, it's so easy to go from like just a few lines turning from a dog into a cat or vice versa. Like this wolf I'm doing down here is almost turning into a lion on accident. But a lion could also look pretty cool here, I guess. Yeah, in digital, it's much more colorful for me too, perhaps because of all the possibilities available. Yeah, I think that is kind of the main difference I always notice is that digital has like way more possibilities. I think that's kind of sometimes what makes it almost have too many. Whereas like I kind of like that traditional the has like some limitations on it, I guess, that kind of make it a bit more simpler. Could be also why it feels a little bit more relaxing for me when I'm doing traditional. It's kind of nice when you make a mistake, then you can just kind of like go with it. And there's not too much you can. Like you can do a few things when you make a mistake, but traditional you could pretty much keep adjusting it until it's perfect. I like the sound when I draw traditionally. It's like ASMR. Yeah, there's not much sound with a brush. I guess when I color with marker, it's more of a like scribbling noise, or at least like a ink brush is usually a little bit softer. But like painting with acrylic and using or oils and you use a lot of stiff brushes, you get more of like that scratching noise. Good scratching noise though, I guess. The thing about making a pretty mistake, like, oh, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot more, yeah, I guess like discovery. Like, there's a lot more creative solutions too, or it kind of like forces you to come up with a creative way to fix it, or just go with it too. Yeah, lately I've been kind of doing like a lot of both, but haven't done as much traditional. But I'm probably gonna start streaming a lot again and do a lot of traditional then. But yeah, I like kind of alternating between them. They each have like a very different feeling, so it's kind of a nice change up to not get burnt out or bored. Both have their charm. Yeah, definitely two different things. You rewatched Three Fantastic Beasts. I love those movies so much. Do you have a favorite saga? I've never seen the Fantastic Beasts, but I've heard they're pretty good. Um, I don't really know what my favorite saga would be. mm, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of different ones that could be up there. Uh, maybe like Star Wars, honestly. You should look at Fantastic Beasts if you like the whole wizards and creatures thing. Yeah, isn't it? It's kind of like Harry Potter, right? I think I've seen some stuff on it. I think I tried watching some of the first movie of Fantastic Beasts, and there's like he's like bringing that briefcase home or something. I probably only watched like 10 minutes of it. Oh, okay. So Harry Potter and Fantastic Beasts are in the same world, only different times. Oh, okay. I didn't know that they were in the same world. I knew that they were like very similar, but I didn't know if there was like actually in the same world for the stories. I guess John Wick is also a really good series. You've seen some parts of John Wick, but haven't seen the whole thing. It's really good. If you're like into like very action like movie, because the whole thing is kind of just like watching a guy go around and doing a lot of cool action scenes. It's kind of like the whole plot is pretty much that. You should look at it sometime. Yeah, I really like them, but I really like I don't know, just a lot of action like shows and stuff. The first one is probably the best of them. I think you can actually watch them free somewhere too. Can't remember where at, but I just recently started rewatching them for like the fourth time. I never really got into the Harry Potter movies. I know like a ton of people that did get into them. I tried watching them a few times, but when I was a kid, I would always fall asleep during them. I think because they were so long. Yeah, that's so long when I was little. I didn't even understand what was happening, but last week you watched all eight movies. Oh yeah. Yeah, aren't some of them like 4 hours long? Or like some of them are like each movie is kind of like a second half, I think. That's a so many hours of watching. Yeah, that's a lot. A lot of it's a long series. The entire Harry Potter saga plus Fantastic Beasts is like 20 hours. That's a lot of time with wizards. Imagine how many spells get casted within 20 hours. Hey, what's up? I was so fixated on it that I even took the test to see which Hogwarts house I belong to and the wand one. That's always the worst part when you get really into a series is once you run out of episodes. Beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate it. Do you plan your drawing? Do you make sketches before you start working? No, it's just kind of all on the fly. Just draw and then see what happens. I can't draw, but I draw abstractions every day. I want to switch to classical drawing someday. I'm thinking of drawing tigers all the time. Yeah, I feel like if you're already doing like abstract, it shouldn't be too hard to transition into drawing like animals or whatever you wanted to draw. Especially coming from abstract, I feel like you kind of have a head start on it already. You could always kind of transition too by like if you really wanted to blend the two, you could start with like a abstract tiger or something, and then kind of like use that as a like a bridge between the two if you really wanted to. You've been drawing since 2022 and already have almost 10,000 drawings. Dang, man. That's a lot of drawings. You can't understand anything that I'm saying. I'll listen to the recording later. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. I only know how to speak English. And like barely a few words of Spanish, and that's about it. I don't think anyone is interested in abstract drawing. It's better to draw what we see in life, what's around us. Many people relate to this. I would like to draw like you. I mean, I think a lot of people are interested in abstract art. I think whatever you like drawing the most. But yeah, I really don't think it'd be too difficult to transition from like one way of doing art to another one. You're eating the ice cream. Lucky. Thank you for answering my letters. Yeah, no problem, man. Hey, what's up? How do you add so much detail from your head? I don't know. Most of it's kind of done on the page. Like, I don't think too much about it in my head besides, like, I guess when I'm drawing, I'm kind of like playing out the drawing on the page itself. So I'm not really thinking too much in my head, but just kind of like looking at how all the lines work together and then kind of using that to detail it out. But I'd say most of the details that I do on the drawings are just kind of like um, made up stuff or made up shapes, really, and just kind of like combine them together and see what way kind of makes them look good. When you watch someone draw the lines seem simple, as if someone is everything is separate, but then at the end the drawing becomes one whole and looks harmonious. Yeah, I feel like that kind of comes with time and just kind of repetition. I think like the more comfortable that I get with drawing, the more that things kind of look like they go together or kind of like sit in space well. Hey, what's up? How do I get better at animal bodies? I don't know. I still suck at drawing animals, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know. Just repetition and kind of like looking at animals. I think the easiest is probably seeing animals in real life. I think it's at least hard for me to um try to see like how an animal body like works with the legs and everything from a photo. Yeah, animals are pretty tricky though. I struggle to find what I draw in my head accurately. Did you deal with that? Um, how would you go about learning to draw something like a spacecraft from your head? Like what does studying look like to you? This is kind of how I do like my studying, I guess. It's just kind of like drawing and playing around with things on the page. And yeah, I've like every time I draw the drawing doesn't turn out exactly how I kind of sometimes like when I knew for like this character I wanted to do some kind of like orc or ogre warrior with like some kind of medieval armor, but I kind of keep it very open and generic, so I don't have like an idea of exactly how I want the armor to look. I just kind of have like themes, I guess. So then when I'm drawing, I know that I want to do like an orc or ogre, but I don't know like the sizing and everything. So then that's kind of all figured out as I go on the page. And then I know as I get to like the shoulder or the head to kind of like put those like medieval knight armor things. And they're not like very like accurate to historical armor or anything. It's just kind of like made up pieces. But just kind of like taking what I know and then putting it all together as best as I can. But yeah, it definitely doesn't like I could think of much better ideas in my head, but it doesn't always like translate to the page very well. But kind of whatever happens, then I'll just kind of use that, and sometimes it ends up turning out better than I would have thought or like imagined in my head. Yeah, it's really hard for me to visualize things in my head, but I'll kind of like but I can like kind of play out the like ideas of it, I guess. But yeah, it's a lot of like just themes and then everything else just kind of happens. Like I didn't plan for any of the other like animals or creatures to be around the orc. It was just kind of going to be an orc warrior, but then it's just kind of as I go throughout the page, just different things kind of happen, and then it's kind of just me reacting and Kind of seeing how to use it, or like maybe try some new things along the way. Yeah, simple shapes could be good for animal bodies. Mm. Yeah, whenever I'm like kind of studying or trying new things, it's a lot of like trial and error. So like I didn't really do the lion's body very well, I feel like, but now that I did it, I can kind of make the next one better. So really when I'm practicing, it's just kind of placing down a lot of things, and then however it turns out, then the next one I'll just kind of make better. True, I mostly can draw something, uh, draw somewhat recognizable animal heads from imagination, but trying to add a body to that head gives me a hard time. Just trying to twist in different angles and limbs too. And the fact that every animal has different shaped torso. Yeah, I don't know. For me, I just kind of like just keep trying different animals, and like a lot of times when I'm drawing an animal, I won't even know like which one I'm going for. Like I might try to draw a wolf at first, and then it turns into like a tiger or something. Just kind of go with whatever it kind of looks the most like, and then I'll just kind of take it the rest of the way and kind of just learn from whatever happens after that. But yeah, I think if you just like kind of get repetition and are kind of open to trying new things, you'll probably learn pretty quick. I feel like the hardest thing is just like giving it a shot really. Like if I'm gonna draw a horse or something, then like just getting the horse on the page is usually the hardest part. But then after that, it's kind of like, oh, I did one, so I could probably do like a couple more, and then change up the angles and just kind of see how it would look from different ways. Could you use ballpoint pen live stream one day? I wonder how you would approach it. Um, I did a ballpoint pen drawing a little bit ago. I could see if I can find it. Hmm. I actually have no idea where what sketchbook I drew it in. Yeah, I can't find it right now. Never mind. I found it. Yeah, I don't know. For a ballpoint, I like to do the like three different color ones. It's kind of the only way that I found that I like ballpoint. Otherwise, it's hard to get like dark lines. So I usually won't use it for just like normal doodles. If I was gonna, yeah, usually if I'm gonna just draw with like a fine line or something, I like that over a ballpoint. But yeah, I kind of like messing with the triple color ones, and then kind of like just paint with it. But it's a lot of like scribbling. But yeah, this was pretty fun. It took a long time, but yeah, I don't know if you can really see like the lines very well, but it's a lot of like just scribbling over each other and just kind of getting a tone or try to add some shadow with it. But I flipped through this book. There's not too much in this one. It's basically just this drawing and then yeah, there's really not that much. Some of my sister's drawings in here. I have a few other sketchbooks. I don't know how many of these how many of these drawings I showed. I think I have shown some of these before. How long did it take? Maybe like a hour and a half, but that's kind of a lot slower than like some of the ink ones take. But I was doing this one yesterday and started it. It's just kind of some night. It was an act. Yeah, and then these ones were with Crayola marker. These were a while ago. Yeah, I should do more Crayola marker drawings. It's kind of fun. It was Crayola marker for the lines, and then I went over with alcohol marker. Oh yeah, and this is my other sketchbook. Some other drawings in here. Oh yeah, I don't know if I showed, I don't know if I ever showed this one. This one was pretty cool. Some kind of Chinese like inspired, like in mythology inspired. Yeah, I don't know if I ever showed that one. That one was pretty cool. This one I did in a car. It has two parts, but couldn't see the other one. But yeah, all my lines are like scribbly. It's really hard to draw in a car. That one was drawn in a car, and some of my sister's drawings. And this sketchbook's kind of old. A bunch of like older brush pen stuff. It's like a landscape sketchbook, so it's really hard to get on camera. Yeah, the landscape sketchbooks are really cool, but they kind of suck for taking photos of them. There's not really like a good way to take a photo of it without ending up with like just a long strip. But yeah, most of these were with brush pen. A lot of my brush pens died, so now I just use the dip ink. Do you think about perspective when you do these? How often do you draw from life? I don't really draw from life. I just, I don't know. I don't really like it. It feels kind of awkward. But a lot of it's just kind of for like the perspective. I'm just kind of drawing and then trying to place things like in front or behind. or on top. So it's kind of like, I don't know, just messing around with that throughout the drawing, especially for like whatever I'm doing clothes or like helmets and stuff. I'm always kind of thinking like how it sits on the character, and then a lot of like overlaps, like characters in front of another one, and kind of like I kind of find that like the more overlaps you do, kind of the more dynamic the drawing will look, or like the poses. Like a lot of the poses that have actually less showing, like if the arm is like super thrown back and then the other one's thrown forward, it like covers up a lot, but it looks really dynamic. So yeah, a lot of overlaps is pretty fun to play with. Yeah, all these were brush pen. I don't, and then yeah, then there's some like fine line. This I was trying to like paint with a brush pen and like use most of the smudging, kind of like to get some like charcoal thing. I think this was, yeah, I don't know what I was using for some of these. A lot of mids, and this was a fountain pen, and just kind of like only doing lines. I like trying to get like as much characters as I can on a page. I don't really like doing like backgrounds as much, so I kind of just like fill those areas with characters. But yeah, a lot of these drawings were done a while ago. I think I have, yeah, there's some more in there. Yeah, this one I was gonna do some like space thing, and really focus on perspective. But yeah, I kind of just like a lot of like interlocking, and like I know I want like a character kind of like pushed in the front, and then they're covering a lot, so then kind of, I don't know, trying to like squeeze characters in. I guess a lot of it kind of comes from like trying to put as many characters on a page too. I kind of have to like sneak them in somehow. Yeah, every once in a while I'll see kind of like how much I can get away with making it really messy, and then but also make it somewhat readable at the same time. Yeah, at this time I was doing like a lot of sketchbook drawing. Mostly was doing just sketchbook. These ones were pretty cool. It was I don't know, just doing like the brush pen, but then just adding like one tone or one color, and then it kind of makes it look like the whole character's colored. With some fine line. Usually I don't use fine line, but kind of experimenting. I feel like it's kind of hard for me to take a drawing to the end when it's a fine line. But yeah, this was trying to shade with color. Some dinosaurs. I think that's the last. Yeah, the dinosaurs I did around right before Christmas, so, and everything else was like months before that. I was like going back and looking at a lot of my old drawings. It kind of like gives me ideas sometimes, or kind of like shows me what path I want to go down, I guess. Do you have a day job or draw full time? Well, I'm trying to make money off of drawing. It's kind of up and down. Yeah, I have a lot of time to stream this month, and I'll see how things go after that. How do you not let the pressure of fear of drawing bad get to you? I find myself having no ideas or fear of failure keeping me from keep going on a piece. Like I'll stop midway and don't draw a scene. And I don't draw a scene. I draw like floating bodies. I don't know. I think you can really just take a drawing as far as you want. There's not like a certain thing you have to do for a drawing. Sometimes I'll just do like just characters on the page and there's no background, and then other ones I'll do ones with backgrounds. It's kind of just however the drawing ends up going, really. For like the fear part, I think I think like the start of the drawing is usually like where I'm the most scared. Probably like the first couple lines really, and then after I kind of like have something going and gain like a little bit of momentum. Like I'd say for this drawing, probably like right after I did the face, I kind of like knew the direction where to go off of. So then kind of just a lot of momentum builds up, and then the more characters that are like placed on the page, it just gets a lot easier to kind of figure out where other characters have room for. So like once I finish the orc, then it's like placing this lion and this dog or wolf, and then these two take up space. So then I just kind of continue the rest of the orc underneath, and then he takes up space. So then there's kind of like I almost try to kind of like take up the space as much as possible. But also I like to draw like a lot of different things on the page. So but yeah, then I'll just kind of like I like to like narrow down the options of where the characters can go, and I think that kind of makes it a lot simplified for like making scenes of a bunch of stuff happening on one page. And then like since this character's here, and if I go more like with perspective, then the only like I could put another character here, and then that kind of like blocks out a lot of areas, and eventually the characters will just kind of get pushed more and more back, and it just kind of limits what can be on the page. So yeah, it kind of depends on the drawing, but like sometimes I won't go with perspective if I like really want to just draw characters, because like after this point a lot of the drawing just becomes drawing smaller and smaller, and you kind of like lose a lot of, sometimes I'll lose like the fun with like being able to design a whole character. So kind of depends on the drawing and how I'm feeling. But yeah, sometimes I'll go both ways. Sometimes I'll go like more with perspective, or like at least the concept of like things that are closer are larger and things that are further are smaller. But sometimes if I just want to draw characters, I'll just draw like floating characters or kind of like mini scenarios or whatnot. When did you start drawing? I've kind of been like drawing my whole life, but I didn't really draw much during school, so it was a lot of like before school and after school. By school, I mean like kindergarten to like senior year. I didn't really draw much. It was kind of off and on during those years. Like if I was bored, then I would draw, but it wasn't something that like I kind of went out of my way to do. But yeah, from like this character, it gets a little bit, I don't know, it can kind of go a lot of ways. If I wanted to put some kind of pillar back here, and then go more with a background, especially at this part, as soon as I put kind of like a lot of different areas, like once I did this orc, then he sort of like sits, and as soon as I place something like on the actual ground, like up in the front of here is kind of like invisible, so I don't really know exactly where the ground is, and it's not really shown either, so it's kind of not like the ground's not really figured out for me. But then like I place this like rug in the table on the ground, so now that the floor is kind of like more figured out, so then when I'm placing things, I try to like match it onto that floor. But then, and then as I go back, the same thing kind of happens. So like this character, is now taking up like this more in-depth spot. So then I kind of have like this, like if you had like imaginary grid lines, then this character is sort of like my grid line for sort of like this distance between these two characters. And then same with this pillar. So now I'm kind of like working back. So as I'm doing the drawing, I'm kind of like placing things in spots where they're almost like markers to kind of like figure out what that area is like. You've been drawing for almost 1.5 hours and it's midnight. Oh, you're asking when did I start drawing today? um, 2 hours is about. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. Do you ever struggle with impatience, like drawing, like with drawings and art? Um, I don't know. Usually, I'm pretty patient for drawing. I guess like, well, I draw with like the ink straight away. So I guess like I kind of draw that way because of impatience, because I don't want to draw everything out like in pencil and then go in ink. So I guess so. It's kind of why I like drawing with ink, is because like everything is very it's kind of like happening as I'm thinking it. Gotta go to sleep, but it was fun and helpful seeing you share your process of drawing with us. Yeah, I hope you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, whenever I'm doing more perspective stuff too, and I get to like a point like this where if I could go further back and draw a lot smaller like characters and keep them the same sizing of the orcs, but then I would just kind of like maybe here do a more like giant or like a much larger orc creature, and then I kind of like to play with like the the size and especially since a lot of my drawings are just fantasy, so can have a lot of like dragons or some crazy creature that's takes up the whole page. But yeah, I like to do this since I don't know, sometimes perspective can get kind of boring for me. I like to draw like the whole character out, and it gets a little bit hard to draw out characters once they get further and further back. So in this way, I'm still like following perspective and getting that kind of like sense of depth, but then also able to do another detailed character. the perspective looks super fun. Like you can go crazy, but when you're just starting out, it can be quite a challenge. Yeah, I think for me, like starting off with perspective, it's like trying to grasp kind of how it felt, or sort of like how it feels to be in the different positions, like within the space. And I think once you just kind of get used to that sort of like feeling of the space, I think it kind of gets a lot easier. But it just kind of comes from doing it a lot of times, or just kind of being used to it. Oops, that turned out kind of dark. Well, that could still work, I guess. How do you go about creating interesting shapes and designs when detailing and not drawing generic shapes? I guess like using a lot of combinations of the shapes or stiff looking shapes in people, like someone just standing front facing. Um, I don't really like the front facing angle too much. Like I mostly do 3/4 or something kind of like closer. But for the shapes, I'll just kind of like do a combination of shapes. So like for this mask that I'm doing over here, I will try to kind of make the shape interesting, I guess, by doing a few layers onto it. So I have like this front piece of the mask and then kind of this back part that's in there. So I'll try to do a bit more of like a complicated shape, I guess. But yeah, and then from here, then I'll start to add. I like to kind of keep a lot of things like angled too. So like a lot of the parts of this mask have like some kind of angle or sharp corners. I usually think that that kind of makes it look more natural. And then like my with my shadows too, the shadows, especially like very dark black, can be a little hard to sort of like make it not look awkward, I guess. So I'll kind of like you can probably see like a lot of the lines that are coming out. I tried to like make them very angled, or if they go to like a slant off of certain parts, and I think that just kind of like looks best for like how I do my characters and stuff. But yeah, then I'll just kind of like mess around, and I'm trying to like overlap things and just kind of add a detail onto the part. But I don't, a lot of it's kind of just like on the fly, seeing how the shapes look as I draw, and then if I wanted some kind of like feather, then to make these like a little bit more interesting, I'll do a lot of overlap. So I guess kind of I try to overlap and combine a lot of shapes together. So now this mask isn't just kind of like a normal mask that could have just been like a square. Now it's got some kind of like interesting outline because it's got a lot of sharp angles and different things coming off of it. And then I could like kind of take the overlap in further and then start to add like a design coming off the top. And then kind of making this have some sharpness to it. But yeah, so like it's a lot of, I try to use as much like combination of shapes. And that's kind of how I build the detail out on like armor and different things or clothing, is a lot of just kind of building off of going from shape to shape and kind of what looks best for each of it. So like if I wanted to make it a little bit cooler, I could maybe try add in another mask on the side here. And then maybe since this one, the feathers were kind of tall, I could make this one the feathers are a little shorter, and then it kind of won't take away from the other. But yeah, I guess a lot of overlap. I like to do a lot of like sharp angles or like kitty corner lines, I guess, instead of more circular or square. And then also like this mask is kind of very flat, especially from the side angle. So kind of add in something that comes out can also like add a little bit of a interest to it. And then underneath this mask, I can also have some sort of character. I'm definitely not Kim Jong Il. I appreciate it, man. Do you stream often, and how many years have you been drawing? I've been drawing since I was like 2 years old, but I didn't really draw much like from kindergarten to senior year of high school. I just kind of like only really drew when I was bored, and didn't really start drawing again until like after high school, really. So maybe like 5 or 6 years. You've been drawing for about a month and a half now. I'd like to reach your level of art. Can you give some tips? Um, hmm, I don't know. I'd probably say like just draw whatever, whatever you have like an interest in. I think that will kind of lead to a lot of other things. Like I don't know. For like me, whenever I'm drawing something I'm interested in, I like find fun. I'll kind of like it'll usually turn out better, and I'll also kind of like learn a lot faster since it's something that I'm interested in, and just like the the things will stick a lot easier. So yeah, like whatever way you end up going about art, I think if you can kind of like, I don't know, sometimes like make it interesting, or kind of like do things that you find fun. I think if you can also kind of find like a process that you enjoy too, I think that would help. Can you animate? If so, how much for a 1 minute commission? Yeah, I started doing animation like a few months ago. I have some animations on my YouTube. They're like 30 seconds. But yeah, if you email me, I could we could work something out if you wanted like a 1 minute. I can't do it like it'd probably be like without voices. It'd probably just have to be like all just the actual movement or something. But yeah, if you want to email me about it, we could definitely probably work something out. Did you do master studies to get this good? I never really did. I never really did much for like studying other people's art like directly like that. Like I'll like look at other people's art and just kind of study it that way by just like seeing like what they're doing, and how their lines are and stuff. But I never really like I've copied like a few drawings when I was like first starting to practice, but I never really got anything out of doing that. So everything that I kind of like learned is just repetition of kind of like just drawing out a bunch of characters, and then however whatever happens, I just kind of like try to make it better the next time, really. When you look at other people's art, you just trace with your eyes. Yeah, you can definitely I don't know, it's like especially if you draw pretty often, I feel like you can kind of look at other people's art and kind of like I don't know, like almost play out how they drew it or something similar. Unless it's like super rendered, then it gets a little more difficult. But if you can kind of like see the lines or brush strokes, you can kind of make out some ways of what is happening. Yeah, sad boy, if you want to email me, I could type in my. I don't think I put it in my description, but. Yeah, that's my email if you want to email me. Yeah, I think practicing bots can be really good for kind of like getting a feel for like space, especially like stacking them and drawing them from different angles. All right, yeah, sounds good, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, drawing boxes is always kind of tricky because I always see some people like draw boxes for like years to practice, and it kind of has like diminishing returns. Animating a scene from JJK. Yeah, if you could like, I have to find the scene somehow, but I'll have to see how like crazy it is. But I'd be interested. Yeah, once I see the scene and kind of figure out how if I could do it and how long it would take me, I guess. But yeah, it's from the manga when Gojo shoots the red up in the air. Oh, okay. So you want me to like animate from the manga panels? Yeah, from the manga panels. If you could find like the pages or something, I could do either one. I think the yeah, it's up to you. The manga could be pretty fun. Yeah, I'd be down to do either one. What would you want for like the teaching? Just struggle with learning art. Naturally have smooth light control, but that it's not enough. Yeah, I'd be down to do either one, whatever you would want more, I guess. Um, yeah, if it's from the manga panels, I could definitely do it. It'd be pretty easy, I think. Yeah, I could also do like some kind of one-on-one like lesson kind of thing too. I couldn't really teach in like a very technical way because a lot of the drawing I do is like very like feeling it out, I guess. So might be a little hard, but you'd be down for one-on-one lessons. Yeah, I have to find out a good way to do that where yeah, where I'd be able to like see your stuff, and I guess I could like help out that way too. Could use pre-ply. Hmm. I'll have to look into that. You had two art tutors that were nowhere near your talent, and they charged you 10 to 15 an hour. Would a 3 hour lesson for 45 be good? Yeah, I could probably do that if if I find a way. Find a way to do it. I'll have to like yeah, I'll have to check out Preply and see how that is. Three hours, how dedicated. Do I have more paper with me? Yeah, I have like a whole pad right here. It has like 20 pages. You draw 10 hours a day. What size paper are you most comfortable with? I'd say like 11 by 17, or I draw in like three different sizes. There's a smaller sketchbook. I'm not sure what size this sketchbook is, but um I really like the landscape like paper because it's pretty fun to just draw like a drawing across the whole thing. I don't know. Like they can draw like a whole scene going across the whole thing. So this is pretty fun when I'm not at like my desk to draw, because then it's kind of similar to like this size. And then I have yeah, 11 by 17, that sketchbook size, and then whatever this one is. This one's 9 by 12. It was all fun and games for like 3 weeks, but for the last 3 weeks, I've experienced no games. You just have invincible wrists. For someone who's been drawing for 5 to 6 years, you sure are advanced. You should be real proud of yourself. Thank you, man. Might kind of add that same feather thing on this side. Did you ever take professional art classes? No, I didn't do. I didn't take any classes or college or anything. Just kind of everything. Just learn from seeing, I guess, like watching movies or seeing other people's art and just kind of like trying to like dissect it, I guess, and try to use it. Art runs in Bryce's veins. Can you rotate objects in your head? I actually can't like visualize things in my head. Like everything I do is pretty much just on the page, like for figuring out things. Like I forget what it's called, but I can't like visualize things. I can think of like ideas of how things are, but I can't like actually like create an image in my mind. So like a lot of the drawing is like kind of figuring it out as it's happening. I have to figure out where to put these pillars at. It's like me and you are complete opposites. I can see images in my head that look like full scenes, but when I pick up the pen, I get nothing. Yeah, we probably are. Yeah, we probably are complete opposites. Yeah, I'll still have like ideas kind of what I want to do. But they'll just kind of be like ideas, like or like concepts. Not really like I don't really know how it's all gonna look. If I look at that Hog Night you drew, I can close my eyes and see it in my head for around 6 to 10 seconds. Is that the same case for you? I know. I just like like all the details just kind of go away. Like it's just like emptiness. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but like I can like see it on the page if that makes sense. Like if I was gonna draw a character here, like I can kind of like feel out or like know the outline of the character or how the shape is gonna be. So I guess I can kind of like see it on the page, but I can't see it in my head. It's like you have the art version of no inner monologue. Yeah, that's probably a good way of putting it. Like you're projecting it from your head. Yeah, yeah, I guess it's kind of like that. I guess it's kind of like the through like the repetition. Like I kind of know how the lines are gonna go, but yeah, I can kind of like see somewhat of like a what I'll probably draw, but like on only like on the page. I can't like see it in my head. If I could draw like you, I'd draw 24/7. I feel like you definitely could. I feel like anyone could honestly draw like how I do. It just I don't know, just takes repetition, I guess. Really cool art. I like that stick. Thank you. My biggest issue is when I get an image in my head. It's so hard for me to abstract the image on the paper, and best I'd be able to take pieces of the image in my head and draw it on paper. You guys know each other. The elephant already looks good. Who's winning? I don't know. I don't have a opposing side yet. They're kind of all on the same side. Some kind of like orc, or ogre kind of warriors. Bryce, what lesson do you think you would teach me? I don't know. Whatever you would be interested in learning. I guess like yeah, it could be literally anything. You don't know what to learn. That's the problem. Um, I feel like the best thing I could probably do that'd be like different than other people would probably be like teaching like drawing from imagination, I guess. How to draw like me. Yeah, I think like most of my main focus is like drawing from imagination, so I think just if it was just kind of that topic, I think you would probably get a lot out of it. If that's like something you're trying to do, like drawing without reference and like coming up with your own characters. That's what you want to do? Yeah, I think I could help a lot on that kind of thing. I wrote down pre-play, so I'll remember to look at that. Can't wait for your first lesson. Yeah, if drawing from imagination is like your main goal, then it should be a lot easier. Like one thing I really want to learn is how to draw objects in boxes. I've been practicing this for almost a week now and just don't understand it. Yeah, I could definitely go over that too. Yeah, if you like think of anything, you like write it down or something for like questions that could work too. And I could just like answer a lot of them during the lesson, like anything that comes up, I guess, when you're drawing on your own and stuff. You look like a shrimp while drawing. Are you like hunched over when when you draw, or why do you look like a shrimp? You lean forward like a lot. I don't know why I draw so close to the paper. Yeah, I think that's pretty normal though, because like I don't know, you kind of have to lean somewhat. Otherwise, you're like all the way upright. And So let's say right now, if you were to look at something and told to draw it, could you do that? Um, if you told me right now to like draw like SpongeBob, I probably wouldn't be able to like draw SpongeBob. But if I was able to like look at SpongeBob for like a couple seconds, then I could draw SpongeBob like without looking at him afterwards. But like yeah, like I used to do a lot of like the drawing requests for characters and stuff. Like I did that for a couple months, and I would just kind of like someone would I can talk. Someone would request a character, and I would look up what the character was, and then like there'd be like 20 images that would pop up on Google, and then it wouldn't take long to kind of figure out like what makes the character look like that, and then just kind of can kind of like draw it in any angle, because it's like not much different than drawing like an orc or whatever different like thing. Yeah, like I guess my memory is not like insane. It's just kind of I don't know, once you kind of like know how to use the different things, you can kind of just like draw anything, I guess. Like when I watch Dragon Ball's, when I watch, I was gonna say Z, when I watch Dragon Ball or One Piece, sometimes try looking at a scene for a few seconds, then try drawing it, but I can only retain like 2 to 10% of what I've seen. Yeah. The objects you draw, do you picture them in a box? I don't picture them in a box, but like yeah. I mean, I can talk all about all this when we do the lesson. I'll probably like bring up all this stuff anyways. Um, okay, but one last question. You said you learned off repetition. What was your study method? Like a lot of the repetition is kind of what I'm doing right now, where it's like drawing, drawing like a scene or characters that I'm interested in. So like for this one, I wanted to do some kind of like orc or ogre, and I knew I wanted like medieval armor on him. So then I started with that idea, and then like from the rest, I just kind of like taking that idea and then sort of like twisting it on the rest of the characters. Because some of these are kind of random, but I was still kind of like venturing in like the orc. So I have like a lion and a wolf, kind of thinking like of what animals an orc would have, and then taking the orc and then drawing basically another orc, but this time he's in a different position. So like this character over here is pretty much the exact same character that I drew here, but just like further back and in a different angle. So like if I'm gonna specifically like practice something, then I'll like start with a theme or character and then kind of like draw draw like similar elements throughout the page, and then kind of like practice from different angles, but then also like drawing like more of a finished piece. I'll see if I can find. I think there's a few in here that were like more, I guess, like targeted. Like this one is pretty good example. So I was doing like for this one I wanted to practice like samurais. So like I would start with, I can't remember which samurai I started with. I think like this one I started with, and then from here, then I would just draw like another samurai and another one and another one, and just keep repeating. And then each one I sort of like change or tweak certain features to it. So like this one is like has more of like an oni mask with the like traditional like hair costume on it, and then like more of a samurai with like a little bit different armor, and then like yeah, just a bunch of different ones, and then I kind of like just veer off and start doing like dragons or other things that fit the scene. But yeah, same for this one, kind of like similar things, and then just repeating that. So like yeah, just like this one is like more military, and then kind of veered off into like a little bit of a story, but yeah, a lot of the same thing. Yeah, this one I did Venom. This one I did Venom, and so I started with like, this one's kind of hard to see, but I started with this one, and then like wanted to do more of Venom. So then like a different pose, and he's like sitting on a couch, and then so I drew him again, and then I drew him again in the front. So it kind of like creates a whole scene, but also practicing at the same time. So like I don't practice anything like I don't do like side sketches or anything. I guess it's like kind of just all together in the scene at once. Especially this one, like there's this is a good example. He's like literally the same character going throughout the whole scene, and the enemy type is like the same bug over and over, and then just but they're all from like different angles, so it kind of, or at least different placements and things with them. So yeah. And then I'm pretty much doing the same thing here, but just add in like a little more variety, I guess. When did you realize you could draw without guidelines? I didn't really know if I could draw without guidelines. I kind of just like tried doing it without it, I guess, and then just like repeated it over and over until it like gets slightly better each time. Yeah, and for like this elephant here, then if I wanted to go and draw another one, this one I'd maybe want to get him a little bit lower. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll get coloring on this one. I'll see how long I'm gonna stream for. I might be able to though. Well, I'm going to bed now. The sun's already set here. Have a good night, day, everyone. Yeah, I hope you have a good night. Thank you for stopping by the stream and hanging out. If I studied under you twice a week for 3 weeks, how much progress do you think I'd make? Um, hmm. I guess I'd have to see what your art looks like right now. But you said you've been drawing for like a month and a half. Your drawing themes remind me of Peter Han. Yeah, I like a lot of the Super Annie artists. Yeah, I know he draws a lot of like orcs and stuff. You post some of your artwork on your YouTube channel? You're not proud of any of your artwork and feel ashamed of it? Oh man. I think it's pretty good, honestly. Yeah, especially for 1 month. I like you definitely understand like a lot of the like concepts and things. I feel like twice a week for 3 weeks. If you were like drawing the whole time, like not like 24/7, but if you were drawing a lot, like across those 3 weeks, like in between, I think you would like make a lot of progress. Like especially like making your own characters and using like a lot of the fundamentals to like to kind of like use them for like creativity and stuff, or like making something from nothing, I guess. I think you'd definitely be able to do that. I don't know. I honestly hate the fundamentals. I usually skip bots construction and all that other stuff. Yeah, I don't. I don't really care for like I like the fundamentals. I think if you like know if you know what they are, I think that's honestly enough. I didn't practice them very much. Like yeah, I really don't think you have to go very deep into fundamentals to draw. I think it's like if you understand like just the concepts of them, like that perspective, you have like space in between things, like like light and shadow. Like it I think a lot of people almost spend like too much time on fundamentals. I think they're definitely like good at first, but it kind of has like diminishing returns after a while. Oh damn, that sucks, man. I don't think anyone deserves that. Yeah, I don't know why people are like that. Like everyone's kind of on their own different journey, like progress wise. Honestly, a lot of people just don't like seeing other people try something either. I wish I could fill up sketchbooks like you do. Yeah, sometimes I'll go on like sketchbook binges where pretty much all I do is just draw in my sketchbook for a month, and that's actually pretty fun. I should see. I have a older sketchbook, but um, that was maybe from like 2 years ago. Yeah, I guess I can show you what my stuff looked like a few years ago. I'd have to dig to find like older stuff. But I think I have some drawings of like when I first started like drawing from imagination. But yeah, this is like one of my older sketchbooks. Oh shoot, I missed a page. Oh no. Yeah, this is a older one from I think it's like 2 years old now. Yeah, I don't know if it helps to see like a little bit of progress. Yeah, this was with like a fountain brush. The ink is like called the Ott's Blood. Yeah, I think my drawings have changed a lot. Like a lot different. I don't know if it's as like noticeable from someone else, but right, he skipped from beginner to medium. Yeah, this is probably not a good one to show, but I have to try to find older drawings. Yeah, this one is probably like, I think like 2 years ago. Your lines and perspective have gotten better. Yeah, I'd say that's probably like one of the main things. My lines were like I feel like stuff wasn't as tight on the lines and like shading, I guess. I don't even know how I drew that small. Like I actually don't don't even know how I got some of the characters in there. But yeah, I was like experimenting with a lot of different things. Some ballpoint. Yeah, I think my character poses were probably a little bit more stiff too. Oh yeah, there's a lot of like abstract. Yeah, I was still trying to figure out like kind of how to go about shading too. You're just smiling and staring. Yeah, a lot of these look the same because I was using like the same pens. It was like two fountain pens. One had like black ink in it, and the other one had like a water mitts in it. So it was a bit lighter tone. And would use that for shading and would just kind of like draw on the couch. Just like any wacky ideas. Oh, yeah, this was more ballpoint. Oh yeah, this was a little more of a scene. I wasn't really doing much for scenes at this time either. It was a lot of just like characters. Oh yeah, this one was kind of like a mini story. I had a brush pen, but lost it the first day I got it. But honestly, I really like drawing with regular pens. Yeah, yeah, I think they're probably like a little bit overrated, honestly. Great work, truly underrated. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I just like drawing with a brush pen because you can get like large areas of black really easy. But I also really like drawing with Crayola markers. Like this one was Crayola marker. Yeah, I don't know why, but I was also really into like drawing in my sketchbook and then slowly like tilting the page. So there's like another scene over here with some like weird robots, and then I just kind of like would tilt it and draw something else, kind of to like refresh my brain. Same with this, I just like kept tilting it all the way around, and then it kind of like circles. You didn't even get to use the pen. Oh yeah, this was brush pen too, with like smudging and stuff. I was trying to do some kind of like Frankenstein thing, like more of like a black and white movie kind of. But yeah, I think that one was like 2 years ago. Did you ever learn anatomy? I read like some books on it and watched like videos. Um, but all I did for like anatomy was just kind of like copy like other people's anatomy drawings, but it didn't really like work for me as well. I would like copy it, but nothing would stick, and I wouldn't be able to like actually use it. So I kind of had to just learn it like through just like trial and error of like drawing something, and then seeing how it looked, and then trying to like make it more accurate. But yeah, this is some of the newer ones. Just like a little doodle. Honestly, I studied it so much 3 weeks ago and forgot most of what I learned. Yeah, I think it's I don't know. I don't really like how like fundamentals are taught too much, but and that's kind of like I didn't like learning how like learning from people on how they taught it. I don't know. It's like just really hard to pick up. So I kind of had to just like uh, venture my own way, I guess, and learn it differently. Yeah, this is more recent. I don't know if you saw this one already. It was like some Chinese mythology kind of inspired. But the sketchbook for this one was really small. Like Black Myth. Yeah, whatever story Wukong and I think there's like a bull or something or a minotaur. I don't know. Whatever those are from for the story. I just wanted to do like something with Wukong. So when you first started off, how long would it take you to learn to draw a new subject? For example, samurai. It wouldn't take long to like learn the initial parts of the like I think maybe like the first day, like after looking like at samurai stuff. I'd say like the first day I could probably draw a samurai, but that's like kind of recent, I guess. I would say like now I could probably learn something how to draw something in like a day, but it takes a long time to like actually get it like very accurate. So yeah, I'd say like, but like to draw the initial ideas, it doesn't take long at all. But just the kind of after that, you'll probably like forever keep adjusting it so it's like a little more accurate each time, since there's like so much human error in it. But yeah, I would say like you could probably pick up on a new idea pretty quickly. If someone wants to draw similar to you, what would you recommend them to draw every day? I guess draw. If I had to recommend something, it'd probably just be draw like whatever you find the most interesting or like fun that day. If it's like if drawing's just not fun that day, then if you can kind of find a way to make it interesting, I think it can like still like I don't know, you still like get that same kind of feeling from drawing that day. Like usually if I don't want to draw someday because I'm like burnt out or just not feeling it or want to do other things, then if I can't make it fun, then I'll just try to like pick an interesting subject because usually there's like one or the other. Like sometimes I'll draw for fun, and then other times it's like something is just like I want to draw like a specific action scene or like samurai or like muskets or whatever or like an animal. So that'd be like more of an interest. So yeah, I guess if you can make your process as like enjoyable as possible, is like I try to like design everything to where I'll kind of like keep with it like long term, like always kind of like I know I'll draw like the next day because it's like fun and enjoyable. So even when I get like burnt out or then I won't like stop for like long periods at a time. So I don't know, I just kind of for long term, I guess. I also think when you like enjoy something or you find something interesting, you'll like learn a lot faster and like pick up on info quicker. I'm about to nap. Can you continue your stream in an hour? I'll probably still be on in an hour, I think. I currently have the problem where I want to draw like Kim Jong-gi one day, but also like a painter concept artist the other day. I keep switching around. What would you recommend if one can't decide? I mean, you could honestly just do both, or like merge the two together. There's like, I don't know, a lot of like people still use like the same kind of concepts and things, so you could always merge the two and then branch off of that, or kind of pick one that you like the process more, I think. Usually I like to value like the process over the finished piece, since I don't know, the finished piece is kind of like I don't know, I feel like I like look at the finished piece for maybe like a few minutes where like the process takes like hours. So I kind of like to make that a lot more fun, or like value that over the finished piece. Could you draw Griffith? Yeah, I could probably probably draw him. If it's like a matter of could I like pull it off, then yeah. I don't know why, but I thought you were gonna draw psychic war tandem elephant. Very cool illustration. I like how it turned out in the contrast and the shadows. It took me a second to think of what that was, and I remember it's from Adventure Time, right? Yes, an elephant with two heads. Yeah, I should have drawn a two-headed elephant. The water's always deceiving. Sometimes it'll look really dark, and then other times, well, usually it'll just look really dark and then lighten up. Dun, 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 dun. I remember not to put my hand on the part that I just put water and ink down on. it's trying to draw like you from imagination right now, and it's going bad. I'll post the results when I'm done. Yeah, it just kind of takes like a like when I first started drawing from imagination, it takes like a long time of like a ugly period, I guess, where like I feel like nothing really turns out kind of how you want, but then as you keep going, it just kind of like I don't know. They'll kind of like reach a point where it just like you just kind of get to where then you can kind of start creating like your own worlds and stuff. I don't know. It for me it was like a specific like kind of moment I guess where it kind of clicked. But yeah, before that was like a lot of nothing quite looked right or wasn't how I wanted, and then just kind of like over time repetition, it just kind of you'll eventually get there. I know you said you don't really like really don't really reference stuff, but how do you improve if you don't use reference? Is it like you observe then draw from head over and over again, then check reference again? It's kind of like a long term thing. Like it's like a background sort of like absorbing information, I guess. Like I'll watch a movie. Like I always use John Wick as a example, but I like a lot of the scenes and stuff from the John Wick movies, and I'll watch the movies, and like while I'm watching, there'll just be like certain scenes or poses or like scenarios that happen, and I'll just be like I would kind of think, wow, I really like how that like played out, or like how they did the movement, or like how like it could be anything, like an outfit or the lighting kind of setup, or maybe like how the building is and like how they're placing the characters, and I'll kind of like try to break down as I'm watching it, like the most important aspects that kind of make it cool to me. And then I might not even ever use that, but I'll just kind of like do that with certain things, and it's mostly just like out of just pure interest, like not really like trying to do it. And then I'll just like randomly be drawing something where that information is actually used, but it's a lot of like kind of just like storing it, or like I don't know. Like if I see a cool piece of armor, then it'll just kind of naturally, I'll naturally kind of like the parts that I find cool will naturally kind of stick, and then I just use that when I draw, or when like that comes up. And then like a lot of like that's like kind of one of the aspects, and then another is a lot of it I learned from just like drawing like these orcs and their armor and stuff. Like if I drew another page with the same kind of themes, I'll probably draw like a better versions or iterations. So like from each one, kind of add more and more. So I don't really like need a reference to be able to do that, I guess. You're trying to draw a guy who's pretending to be a cowboy, and it's so bad. Um yeah, I guess I could do a quick like example. Yeah, so if I was gonna do yeah, I would say like a cowboy or something. And I don't really know anything about a cowboy. Um you're gonna take a picture and show what you've done so far? Okay, yeah, I see it. Does he have like he has like a horse on a stick? Yeah, I guess if I was gonna draw a cowboy, and I don't really know like I don't really have that much like of info on cowboys like other than like movies and stuff, but I would just kind of I could kind of do like a similar kind of thing to what you did, but I know that they have like a cowboy hat. And then so I would just kind of draw like everything that I kind of know that a cowboy has, or that kind of like Western. And a lot of when I'm drawing, I'm just kind of like trying to like figure out kind of what I'm dealing with, I guess. So a lot of the initial, just like initial character part, I'm not really too worried. Like if I mess up or don't get something right, because it's just like one character. So I can kind of like do whatever for it. And especially when I'm trying to like learn from something like this, like I try to watch out for like mistakes that I make, and sometimes I can just kind of correct them, especially if I know I'm gonna go through like with an ink wash or something, or black ink. Then I'll can just kind of like go through like this. I knew I messed up the hat sizing with the head, and I'm kind of just like doing any information that I know about a cowboy. And so like the cowboy hat, and then maybe some facial hair. And then as I get to this point, it's a lot of kind of thinking about the outfit as I get off the neck. So then I know like some kind of collar. And then from here, I know I want his arm to be outward if he's gonna ride some kind of horse. All right, sorry. I'm back. All right, yeah. Then from here, Yeah, I mean you can do pretty much whatever you want with the outfit or theme and stuff. Yeah, then from here I'm just kind of like thinking about the pose. And then also kind of like what you want I want him to do with the back arm. So this one's forward. So I'll kind of like prop this other one back. I'll have to go eat here in a second, but I'll try to finish this. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like any details I possibly can on what I've seen or kind of what I want to mess around with for some kind of cowboy character. And since I'm probably not going to color him, then I'll use the black for color. So I'll make his coats black. And then I'll add stripes. Oops, covered the ear there. Let's do a new ear. If I had more time, I'd be able to actually make this a little bit better, but Yeah, I don't know. Some, but just kind of taking like anything that I know or have seen. So just like 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 the more obvious, I guess, like the cowboy hat. Um, the cowboy hat, and then kind of like little things, I guess, like the sleeves being striped. This kind of like vest idea with the cowboy, and then I could also, and then what I know of a horse, and then just kind of add in like whatever details I can think of while I do the first one. And you could kind of, if you wanted to like go further, you could draw um, the rest of the horse. And then don't really have enough time to do the boots and stuff. But yeah. And then if I was gonna do another, then after I get to this point and I've kind of like put everything that I know about like the cowboy and stuff, then I would go and kind of like change it up, do a little bit of a different pose. So maybe this one would be um, the cowboy from the back. And then now maybe he's a little bit further away. And then yeah, this one more from the back. And you could just go and finish out the horse or however. And then I just kind of tried to do from a bunch of different angles, kind of like what I did with the samurai and different stuff. And then like through each iteration, just kind of learn it a little bit more and more. But yeah, kind of super simplified because I'm short on time. But yeah. But yeah, then you could pretty much just go and fill the whole rest of the page or like change it up. But yeah, wherever you're kind of at for just being able to kind of like take what you know and just kind of place it down on the page, and then like it doesn't really matter how your character or your thing turns out, because you always have like the next chance to make another character and another character, and then just like go to another page and just do it like make another character and another character and then just like any genre or whatever, and then like each one you'll just kind of be able to make better and better, and you could like change it up and change the costume, change the hair, like make it female or male, or like add make the horse like a zombie horse or something, like pretty much anything. You can make a mechanical horse, and then like just kind of experimenting and playing around, and you'll just kind of like learn from each of them. But yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna go eat and then continue the stream. Oh, thank you. I had my mic muted. All right, there we go. Some kind of cowboy. I don't know why I colored it, but yeah. What do I think of your quick sketches? I didn't see them yet. I like your cowboy. And you got a guy on a horse. Yeah, dude, I think you honestly have a really good start. Like it should not be hard to to like build off of at all. I think I'll probably run the city across this back here. I'll see if I can put some dragons in the background. What a drawing. Thank you, dude. I should probably actually continue the buildings back here. It's a little hard to do things far away when there's a lot of ink on the brush. It's like really hard to get kind of a faint line. Draw Shenron. I'd probably draw a dragon with wings. Trying to think what I use for the yellow on that cowboy. I wish I could draw all day. I think my wrist would probably break on me if I tried. How much lighter this is. Can I give you some homework for today? I don't even know. Honestly, if anything, just draw something, at least one thing that that's interesting to you, or find fun to draw. What about sharks? How should I study it though? Just kind of like what I showed with like the like I didn't really get to explain the whole thing with the cowboy, but just kind of like draw draw a shark. It could be like whatever you know about the shark, and then just like after you do your first shark, then just do like another iteration, change a few things if you want, and just kind of like mess around with it, and just kind of like do a bunch of different sharks that are from like they don't even need to be like insanely different or like different angles really, but if you just do a bunch of sharks and they're like just slightly different each one, and you kind of like look at the previous one and think of ways they can make the next one better. If you just kind of repeat that, I think like you'll get a little bit better at drawing a shark. Yeah, no problem, man. Man, you inspired me. I guess I'm glad I could help in some way. Is that a keyboard? The clicking sound is my markers, marker caps. Oh, you thought the orc in the center had a keyboard? Oh yeah, it's just a skirt. I could see why you thought that though. Thought it was roof tile. I'm still amazed how you redid my cowboy drawing and made it look way cooler. Yeah, I was a little rushed on times. Could have made it a lot better, but do I still sell my art book? Yeah, it's still on my website. It's crazy how you can draw these things from your head. I feel when I do, it looks very unappealing or not cool. I think it just takes time. Once like I don't know. Eventually, I think once you can kind of like control how the things turn out, like even just somewhat, I think then it becomes like more playing around and messing with things. Yeah, I'll probably do an updated sketchbook tour. A lot of the stuff I've been doing lately has been digital, and some of it's been like animations and stuff. So I don't have like a, it's not like all in a sketchbook. But yeah, so if I did, it'd probably be like a collection of maybe like half digital stuff and the rest paper. Do you think about primitive shapes and forms when drawing like sphere or cube? I see lots of other YouTubers say to learn it, but it seems like your stuff's so fluid and natural. Um, I don't know. I didn't really like I didn't really like practice the cube stuff very much. I kind of just like um I don't know, I guess like skip that stuff, but I don't think there's really like an order to it. But I started making the most progress just by drawing like actual characters and just kind of using that as a, I guess, like a cube. But I don't think the cube really matters too much because the cube is just like a simplifying like three-dimensional objects. So if like basically anything can be a three-dimensional object, it's just people use like a cube to simplify it. So like you can use anything. You could use like I like to use like the characters as the cubes, and then just kind of change like how they're positioned, and then that's just kind of how I kind of like, I guess, learned like the spacing in three dimensional is just drawing characters and placing them on top of each other and near each other, and then just doing it that way. I don't know. I don't think you need to start with cubes. I don't think you need to do like anatomy studies or color or anything. I think everything can just be learned as you go, and just like over time, like after each drawing, you'll just kind of get better at those concepts anyways. I don't think you need to like go out of your way and directly practice them, especially if they don't bring you any enjoyment or they're not fun. Then you're probably just going to get burnt out and you're not going to want to draw. So there's kind of no point in doing something that makes you not want to draw when the whole point of learning that thing was to get better at drawing. Like, it just doesn't really make much sense why you would do that. So it kind of just depends on the person. If it being simple like as a cube, and that helps you, that you can kind of like explore the different space, I guess, with the cube, then it could be beneficial. But I think it just depends on person to person. I just had like more interest in just drawing characters. Yeah, like the simple 3D shapes were easy for me to learn, and it only took 2 to 3 days to have good understanding of them. Yeah, I think once you have like a good understanding, I think that's honestly like enough. I don't think you need to master a cube. There's too many other things to draw that I don't think it's like worth putting it all the time into those sorts of things. But that's just for me. I do think those sorts of things help, but I just don't find them very interesting. So that's why I don't do them really. How'd you figure out what you like to draw? I kind of have lost my art taste and identity. I don't know. For me, I kind of base it off of like a lot of movies or like shows that I like. Um, I don't know. Like, I like the Spirited Away movies. A lot of action movies like Lord of the Rings, Star Wars. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like a collage of like everything that I've had an interest in, or like video games, just kind of all those different like worlds and themes. So it kind of changes like day to day. Like today I wanted to do more of like a warrior kind of like orc world, where other days I might want to do like more of a cartoony. So it really depends on the day, but I don't know, just kind of I feel the interest could come from anything really. Like if you're like interested in animals or cats, then you could do drawings of those. But yeah, I it's kind of like I feel like some days like drawing would be fun, and then some days drawing would be like just interesting. So it kind of like I kind of flop between those two, and then yeah, that kind of like determines I guess what genre I'm doing. I don't remember what I used for yellow. Yeah, that movie is really good. I never saw the boy in the hair on the. What would I do with the Death Note? I would just do nothing, honestly. How many hours a day when I first started? Um, I don't know. The most I've drawn in a day is probably like around 15 hours. But that was one of the days. That was only like one day though, and then another one was like close to that, and that was like from streaming 3 times in one day. And then I ended up like streaming the whole night. But like on average, I probably draw maybe like 6. I don't know. It fluctuates so much. I'd say on average 6, but like some days it's like a few hours, and then other days it's like 10 hours or something. Yeah, I don't recommend drawing for 15 hours. I was like super burnt out after that. Usually I don't get burnt out, but that time I did. Am I good at drawing backgrounds? Sometimes I'll draw backgrounds, but like I like a lot of like outdoor backgrounds. I don't really like doing like inside buildings as much. Jeez, dude. When I first started drawing, I spent the first 2 weeks drawing 14 hours a day, but currently right now I only draw 10 hours but we'll lower it to only 5. Yeah, I mean, however, you can draw as much as you want. I mean, if you're not burnt out, there's really nothing wrong with drawing a lot. I like to just kind of play it off of how I feel. Just like draw more on days that I feel like it, and then I don't know. Just kind of depends from day to day. Usually I will probably stop drawing when my wrist starts to hurt. And then I kind of take that as a sign to probably take a break. I didn't understand much about visualizing until I came across someone who could draw like you. He told me the problem is my mind and eyes were weak and that I couldn't visualize what I wanted to draw. I just don't really visualize anything. You're training your mind. So Bryce, do you not see images in your head at all? No, I can't like visualize anything. Like for me, it's more like the ideas of things, but like not any visuals. Well, so I'm jealous. So you tell yourself cool castle, Zen garden, and samurai. You can just draw it. Well, it's a lot of like figuring out like everything on the page instead. So like I guess yeah, like I'll pick a theme, or like I know I'll draw like a samurai. But yeah, I mean there's still the it could go wrong, but I don't know. And then it's just a lot of like adapting on the fly of like what happens from there. But yeah, I don't know. I think they both kind of um like how each brain or mind is programmed. Each has their own disadvantage and advantage, I guess. Damn, thank you so much. J Ball one. Really appreciate that. Here, Bryce is amazing. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Man, visualizing thoughts, like imagine you can see what you want to draw, but can't draw it. I mean, I still have like the same thing as that, but it's kind of like I'll think of an idea and can't quite like get it, but I guess I don't have like a base to go off of for what I actually want to do for it. But yeah, I guess this a similar thing would be like if I see something from a movie and I know like oh I want to do something similar to that movie, but it doesn't end up quite the same. So I guess it's similar, but yeah, um, visualizing would be like all the time. Do you ever paint with watercolors? I've tried a few times. I don't really like the mixing of the watercolors as much. I like the markers that I can just kind of pick up a marker and it's already that color that I need, and then can just place it down right away. This might be too dark. Watercolor and gouache suck. I've I've never tried gouache before. I've only tried oils and acrylics. Mixing colors is the most discouraging thing about painting. It's awful. Yeah, that's why I usually just lean towards markers or doing digital for coloring stuff. I don't mind mixing colors as much for like acrylic painting. I don't know why, but I don't like mixing watercolor as much. Your gouache is like, oh, this looks purple, then 15 minutes later it's blue. Oh, I didn't know the colors changed that much. Yeah, it's kind of weird I don't like watercolor because I really like ink washes, which are pretty similar, but yeah, I just don't like the mixing part. Oh, and also it's really hard to get like dark tones with the watercolor without, I guess you could add black to it, but I don't know. Markers to get like a dark tone, you can just kind of grab a dark tone right away, like a dark blue or a purple. Could I draw Ghibli style backgrounds if I felt like it? Not with the watercolor for sure, but maybe like digitally I could get something similar. If I was like super try hard and studied Ghibli for like a few days. Oh my god, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Not sure what I'm gonna do for the clouds or the mountains. Want to do pink, but now the elephants are pink. Try purple. Yeah, might do some warmer color. It's gonna be a weird sky color, but it might work out. I've done this color on a few digital paintings or coloring, and it usually looks pretty cool for this guy, so I'll see if it works with marker. Still got a lot of colors to figure out. Don't know what I'm gonna do for the elephant armor, clouds. It always helps having like another color next to it to kind of figure out what to do though. What was my favorite anime? Um, my favorite manga is probably Claymore. Um, I don't know. For anime, I'd say maybe overall would be Naruto, but I also haven't finished it yet. But there's a lot of other good ones. Either Naruto or Death Note. I'd say they're kind of tied, maybe. You still love Naruto? No, I never read that, but I heard it's pretty good. Is it pronounced Blom or Blame? I know that's one of the ones that I get like mispronounced a lot. Where it's like Blam. I watched the Oh, it's Blame like the word. Okay. I watched like the movie that they did for it, but I heard that the movie's like not as good as the manga at all. The visuals were pretty cool in the movie. Um, for like the time that it came out. I remember when it came out and me and my dad watched it and it was like the visuals were cool, but I could tell it was like something missing about it. And then everyone was saying that the manga was a lot better. The manga's pretty long. The movie is just some sections put together. Yeah, I also didn't really know what was happening during the movie. It was a lot of like a lot of action and suspense, but I didn't really know what was happening with the story. Oh yeah, there's that one anime. Is it like it's like Gangs or I don't know how to I gotta look up what it is. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Yeah, the whatever however you say that. That's kind of what the blame reminded me of. That manga has a insane art to it, and the movie. Who's my favorite character from Death Note? Uh, mm, I don't know. I think I really like L, probably L or Ryuk, one of those two. What's the color I used? Oh, no. Yeah, the whole time that me and my sister were watching Death Note, we just like made fun of L the whole time. I feel like Ryuk's one of the only normal characters in that in that show, though. Everyone else is kind of crazy. Right, man. Thank you for stopping by the stream and hanging out. Will I be streaming again tomorrow? Probably. Yeah, I think I'll probably stream a little bit earlier tomorrow if I do. Good night, Rap Dog. Thanks for stopping by the stream, man. How do I feel about digital art? I like digital art a lot. I kind of like change up between traditional and digital. Kind of just depends on how I'm feeling and if I want to do more of like a painting or more of a drawing, really. Also, do you compare yourself to other artists a lot? I have that problem. Um, Not as much anymore, really. Mm, I feel like whenever I did compare myself to other artists, it was more of like um as like some kind of seeing that someone else could get to a certain point, more so kind of inspired me, I guess, than brought me down for like comparison. But yeah, comparing to other artists has gone like both ways, but it kind of depends on what mood I'm in. Just like the digital and traditional, but most of the time it kind of is more inspiring, I guess, than the other. But like recently, like the past couple of years, I kind of have just like more so been focused on like what I can do and like my own stuff. So I don't whenever I see other people's art now, it's kind of like separate from mine. Like that's kind of what they're doing, and like and then I have kind of what I'm doing. So it's like I don't know, kind of like a separation between the two now. Same here. I just feel like other improve so much faster. I don't know if I'm learning wrong. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of different from person to person. I feel like I'm a very like slow learner, but like do better long term, I think. Like I'm like kind of slow at learning, but once I kind of grasp it, then it's like um kind of sticks better. I don't know. I think it kind of depends on what you want to do, but there's like no rush to it. When I see some unreal art and then find out that they're like 20, I die inside, to be honest. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty normal. I don't know. It's kind of like everything else, like besides drawing. I feel like there's always, um, I don't know. Everyone's kind of got their own thing, I guess. I feel like there's a lot of times that I kind of wish my like art was more realistic, but um I don't know. It always kind of has like a cartoony aspect to it, but whenever I see like I don't know, there'll be times where I see like someone else's art that has like a cartoony aspect and I kind of like it from like almost like third person. So I've just kind of embraced the fact that my stuff looks cartoony over like realistic. But yeah, I don't know. Usually like doing that will like kind of embracing whatever you can do with your art will usually lead to like something that I'm happy with afterwards. Like I like how this drawing's going and it's kind of like I don't know, more cartoony but like has a little bit of a more realistic kind of aspect to it. So I think I don't know, like embracing what you can do with what you have. And it's hard to find a light red. I guess this could kind of work. Hopefully this marker doesn't die on me. It's getting kind of dried out. I think I had a pretty similar color somewhere. Alright, I'm probably gonna end the stream about here. It's almost been 8 hours. Thank you everyone for tuning in and hanging out and watching the stream today. And yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Hopefully I can stream tomorrow again. And I'll finish up coloring this one and then start up on another one. So yeah, I'll see you guys.